Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that everything captured on my primary trading screens is what I'm watching, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So for seeing if everything is working right here with this additional stream at 1700 in the evening, I want to make sure everything's right. Yeah, it looks like we're doing just fine. So yeah, risk neutral trading, my virtual trading journal. Let me say first that this is not intended for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. However, it is my trading journal. So, and I have a commitment not to take any trades off the stream, i.e. out of my journal. So any trades that I take are anticipated, executed, and managed live, real time here on the stream. And there is never, ever a trade that is replay or rear view mirror. I took it here, I did this, I did that. They are live trades, real time. So that's important to know. And I only take trades which I have previously vetted the setups to have it, and statistically to have a significant expectancy. So that's also important. Now, let's just look at a couple of things here. First of all, here is so far the session. This blue line here, I put on at the first print of every session, and this was the RTH Open last night at 1700. And here we are all night until right here. The idea of this is that I can glance left, and if I see Blue Boy over here, which by the way is nothing more complicated than just a vertical line. But if I look over here and see Blue Boy, and I know that this is the current active market, I know I have the entire session in range. And let me just point out to you here how this can help. This looks pretty definitely an up move, or definitely in a higher continuation or configuration. But let's look at something that's pretty interesting. This is yesterday's ETH. Where are we? We're right back into the thick of the consolidation here of yesterday. The RTH session. So this, just thought that was interesting. Let's get on now to the numbers. And they are, we've got home sales coming up at the, where am I? We've got home sales coming up at 9 o'clock, existing home sales. And then this is May, and then month over month. And that's about it. EIA short-term energy outlook, going to be a big mover. That's the reporting for today. Now, this is, tomorrow we're going to have CPI for America, which is a big one, or for the U.S. But this is investing.com. They only show current traditional economic numbers. Home sales, CPI, GDP, non-farm payroll, FOMC, those kind of things. You can filter this for wherever you are, wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you want to follow. But I have them filtered, obviously, for the U.S. session and Europe and China. It's free, and I keep it that way on purpose so that these resources are available to anyone that follows the stream. The other news source that I use is called Financial Juice, and I follow it for the opposite reasons, basically. They do pull non-traditional events into their calendar, which have proven to be critical risk potential to the auction. Trump's going to say something. Besant might be having a conversation about something. So that's good, because as traders today, our primary job is to protect our account, preserve our account, and to grow it, of course. The fundamental way that you preserve your account is risk management. Risk to your account. You want to manage the risk to your account. If you don't know that some potential critical risk is coming up or is in the future, how can you manage or mitigate that? So it's real important to me that they do that, and that's one of the reasons I like it. That's also the reason I check Walter Bloomberg from time to time. The right side over here is more of a squawk box, kind of a live running narrative. Here we are at 8:05, so there you go. That's the news. The snooze. Also, the financial juice can be filtered, of course. And what am I doing here? Financial juice can be filtered. I hope I had that on the right screen. This is economicinvesting.com. The reports can be filtered. It's free. Another thing about investing.com, if for example, if you notice that the heading of each event turns to a URL when you hover the mouse over it, if you don't know what existing home sales for May is, you can click that and find out the most recent releases and who puts it out and background data. And this is financial juice, just in case I had the wrong screen going there. All right, let's look at the pre-market now. We just noticed, and here's another way of looking at it. This is IRT, which is my basic charting package. This is the overnight so far. And here's yesterday's RTH session. So we're still within range. There's a lot of back and forth with this Iranian thing, and I think, in my opinion, it's just kind of hanging on by its fingernails. I don't know which way it's going to. I think Israel's having a real hard time accepting some of the comments that were made by Trump yesterday and previously. We'll see what happens. I don't know. And this is the MNQ. Now, with Investor RT, let me point out that every tab or each window in the header, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you never have a question. This happens to be my mini tab, my micro tab, I'm sorry, and this is the minis. Trading the micros, so let's look at that. Now this is the high time frame chart, which is the MES 1 day chart of the RTH trading session. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. There's yesterday, there's Friday, Thursday, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around it, and that gives me the micro composite volume point of control. These red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes of this current market volume profile. And the values for those high and low volume nodes pushed automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. This is a market profile chart, but I always leave it on minis. I do change between the full session and the RTH session, but I don't change it back and forth from mini to micro. And there's a quote page. Let's see what we're doing for volume so far at this point. Okay, we're pretty close to regular, and that's volume looking back over 20 trading periods. This is the average. This is what percentage we have for this time of day, and this is the ATR for a 1 minute candle at this time. Let's, if I had to be a gambling man and think about this pre-market and what I will expect should happen, yesterday I imagined, and I mean, we were essentially long inventory yesterday night, so I expected some responsive selling to take profit, and it ended up being this. Today, here's our open. We're a little bit short, and then since about 8 o'clock, since Asia, we've been long inventory. So again, I'm going to expect some short responsive selling to take profit, and then probably remain in this balancing trade. I think this was just based on the news and maybe a little bit of somebody trying to get a squeeze going on Friday, against Friday. We'll see. This is Bookmap, as we were just looking at earlier. The columns from right to left are the micro composite, where I manually enter these values, POC and things. These are the high and low volume nodes. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta profile, which will reset at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is quite important to me, and we'll get to that in a minute. And these are the session prices, which push for my RT. This, I don't have a dome up here anymore, but I have the critical columns. This is the order book, the full level 2. These are the ask, and these are the bids, resting at every price. And this is the heat map IE/chart. Now, you notice I don't have any indicators on either Bookmap or IRT. What I do have are just price, volume, and probabilities. Basically, I try to keep it as simple as possible because that's how I think. So what do we have here? We have a POC for both the full session, and the full session is this muted yellow here, and a RTH session, which is the brighter yellow. POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Now look at this. The overnight volume point of control is right on top of yesterday's RTH. That's kind of unique. But what this means is that so far in the overnight session at 74.44, we've traded 2,738 contracts, and that's the most in the overnight session so far. The minute that one of these other prices trades 2,739 contracts, the yellow line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. It's just that simple. Here's a Globex or RTH average weight, volume weighted average price, VWAP. Here's the Globex. And this is the mid. These other lines that you see here are just extensions of the session prices, and they're just by overnight mid, value area low, RTH mid, overnight volume POC. It's just abbreviations, overnight high. There you go. Now let's do the statistics, which are important to me. First thing we need to do is determine the statistical open, and that's real simple because it's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So it is higher than the close. How will this price compare with the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low, and the high is up above us because this is the volume profile. So we're higher in range, the same as we were yesterday. Had this changed, I would change the column title here. And I keep the column title correct every day because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can look at the title of this column and know right away what the relationship was between the ETH and the RTH. And the next thing we're going to do is cancel these statistics because they were from yesterday, and we'll get the new statistics for today associated with the session prices. Clear all notes? Yep, let's do that. So let's get over here to the statistics. Seems like I'm going faster than normal, and I'm not sure why, but let's see. Here is the statistics study. Real simple. Again, the computer looks back at the most recent 1,803 trading days. Of that block of days, we opened higher in range, 558 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited, the overnight volume point of control, 80.5% of the time. Overnight volume point of control. And that's it. Now I'm just going to step down the list. Overnight high, 74.5. Overnight high. Oops, wait a minute. Nobody moved. Overnight high, 74.5. Okay, continuing down the list, we've got the overnight mid at 74.0. And we know that that's right there. 74.0. The previous mid, previous close is 69.0. I want to get to a good one. The previous IB high, okay, good. The previous IB high was 67.9. And you want to be sure, or I'm always careful to put the initials here. And why I do that? Remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. They are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. But it represents a significant statistic. So I want to know where those were from yesterday. And if I don't put the initial balance high on the initials out here, the minute we open, this flag is going to come down above price, and this one is going to come up below price. So that's the reason. Previous POC is 66.1. Now, I can't really do that because it's back here, but I've already located the naked volume point of control and the date right here. So that's kind of takes care of that. I could probably push these out a little bit. There we go. So it's 66.1 POC. Okay, let's see if that works. That's good enough. And overnight low is 48.2. Where did that go? Overnight low. Okay. Overnight low is 48.2. Previous low. I want to see the previous low, baby. It's 34.2. This is a real good example of the fact that these are not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets, but rather they are statistics. If we're going to get to 48.2, we're sure as hell going to get through 4.2 first, right? Is that right? Overnight low? Yep, 48.2, and the previous low is, yes sir, Bob, 34.2. So that's a real good example of why, you have to keep these in perspective. Where is the previous, what's this, previous high? Developing value very high. Okay. Well, let's see what we have here now. That ought to do it for the moment. And I don't know why I'm doing so good on time, but good for me, I guess. The next thing I'm going to do here is the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what in the hell is that? Oh, I'll tell you. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Called the Traders Lab. And every day, about 8:20, I put a snap in there, post a snap there. And this is why, this will give you a really good example of why I don't multitask well, and hence this journal in this fashion. I have a hell of a time talking, typing, doing a couple different things at the same time, and doing them all accurately. So every morning around 6 or before, I post the numbers coming up for the day, and every day around 8:20, I post this snap. For any of those folks in there that don't necessarily have access to all of the data and levels or this type of charting. And the TLab is, as I was saying, it's a Bookmap Discord chat room. So it is sponsored and provided by Bookmap, but it was created and is led by a fellow named Tom B. Now, important to know, you're never solicited for anything, including Bookmap. Of course, they want you to subscribe. I mean, come on, they're sponsoring it, right? We're not children, but you're never solicited there, nor is anything ever for sale. Private room, Discord, this, lessons, that. By Tom for sure. Maybe some of the other members, will DM you about, well, I'm going to do something. I don't know, but I don't experience that, so I don't worry about it. Tom is he's got like 48 years experience. Started off life as a trader as a money manager. So professionally, I think Series 7 maybe, or 6, I don't know. 3, I don't know which one. Anyway, licensed guy. And he doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. But he shares a lot of theory. He does basically rearview mirror, goes back at the beginning of the session. About 10:30, he'll go back to the beginning of the session and then, kind of analyze what's happened to the market up to, through the morning, briefly. And then, and that's how it works. I was quite active in there originally. And, actually this stream of mine now is basically a suggested idea from Tom, in that focus on your own market, your own auction, narrate your own auction, and focus on your own trading. So that's what I'm doing now. But every day I make those 2 posts to just kind of, tip my hat, gratitude, whatever you want to call it, for the TLab. There you go. Now, in order to trade with Bookmap, I think you'll find that you'll probably agree with me, it's a really good idea to be able to trade. And I'm going to try to get these, make sure I've got all my windows working right here. Yeah, and check quickly I share my session prices with a lot of people, free. I start pushing these or publishing them every Sunday at 1700 through 1600 on Friday, continuously. And I share them with anybody that could use them, free, no problem. A lot of T-Labbers and static people do, and others, here in our risk neutral. So to trade on Bookmap, forgot where I'm going here, you got to click and activate the trade control panel. Now on this new version of Bookmap, you don't select which method you're going to use to trade with your mouse. You select your account that you're going to lead with. What I'm doing now is I have 5 Lucid accounts, which I copy trade to, and that is the cheapest, most cost-effective way I was able to figure out to de-risk while I vet and verify this new hedge risk management system. Typically, I trade anyway. So once that's done, selected over here, and you choose the contracts for this minis or the micros, which is 5 lots, you can re-click this button and you get all of your real estate back. Plus, you get all the metrics. These can be added or don't have to be here. I have them turned on automatically. And you can have cancel and close all. All right, so that's taken care of. Now, the next thing I need to do is make sure that the statistics are going to the right place, and they are, and make sure that the multi-account trading is on, and it is. So what I was saying was I typically trade my live funded account on AMP through AMP futures, funded by me. But I want to de-risk and prove this new theory and still be able to take payouts and have it be profitable. So this is what I'm doing now. See what happens, okay? And I want to point out something about this stream. It is what I'm doing now to develop a consistently profitable trading business. This is not my way or the highway. I definitely welcome contribution or, participation in the chat, suggestions. Oh, that's a good idea. What are you, nuts? What are you doing that? Whatever, because it's a collaboration. I share what I'm doing 100% transparency and 100% with 100% accountability to get the conversation started and to, what good is it for me to bullshit myself in my own journal? I mean, doesn't make sense to me, so I don't. All right, and in along with the hedge idea, that is set up this way, and I've got to get it prepared also. So again, it's pick the account. Now these will copy to those other 5, right? So there's that. And then we go up here and then we make sure that's right. And we make sure that's on and that's okay. And we can click this again. And these will all go there. And we get our, oh, wait. And we need to select one. Okay. So it's 1 mini, 5 micros on the original. That's the beginning of the hedge. I'll explain that later. And the hedge is only a risk management tool. And it's the trigger of the hedge is what would be at the location, which would be the hard stop. And I never trade without a stop, or in this case now the hedge. And I never move my stop away from entry. I never do any of that stupid stuff, which is what I, newbie kind of stuff. So that's my approach. And I only approach trading from a position of price, volume, and most definitely probabilities. I approach trading as a business of statistics and probabilities. Okay, and we're going to open in a couple of minutes, a minute and a half. I don't know what I forgot to say because this seems to be way ahead of schedule, but I guess it's because I've been up since 4:30. Maybe I got a head start. I don't know. Anyway, if I have forgotten something, oops. Oh, yes, I've set that up. Okay. And ready to trade. We have the Globex Blue Boy on. We're going to open here in about a minute. Wow. Everything's coming up roses here, huh? Now, the trades that I'll be looking for at the open and as we proceed are the initial balance. So, because I trade vetted setups, nothing's a surprise. I anticipate the setup, watch it mature and occur and develop until there's a trigger, and then I enter the trade and manage the trade, should that happen. It's not gunslinging or whipping and spurring, and here is our there is our open. And there we go. I've manually done that, but okay. Don't like that. Don't like that. Now, I'm going to jump over to IRT and change from full session to RTH. And this keeps the alignment, the relationship between some of the session prices, developing value area high and low to the value area high and low, etc. Got quite a big lag going on here, which is always a pleasure. Maybe not. Always irritating. But it'll get itself together here pretty quick. One of the members here, hey Antonio, buen dia. Getting into this up at 4:30 in the morning schedule here. I feel a little better, and I felt like hammered crap yesterday. I'm feeling a lot better today. I can probably think and talk at once, I suppose. Maybe not. So we're off, we're open, we're rocking. Look at us go. Remember now, this is the Blue Boy for the ETH session. This is the first print of the overnight session. And that's basically what we had all night. Looks pretty positive, and it is. But I want to point out that this is yesterday's RTH session. So we've just gotten up a little bit past the middle of yesterday's RTH, and you need to keep those perspectives in mind. Also, you can look at IRT. Now that I've changed this to the to the RTH session only, this is yesterday's RTH period session, and here we are today. So we have a gigantic gap up by strict definition of gap. Gap, the definition I've learned after being wrong quite a bit of the time. Gap is the previous close to the current open in the RTH. Outside or above or below previous range is outside, or is an outside bar or outside open. So I was doing gap wrong a lot of the time. So we can make this can actually label these properly. So here is, we'll jump down here and throw one of these boys on, I think. Eddie still hasn't got that fixed. So this is the gap low. This is the gap low for the 080626. And our open, which is going to be right under here someplace. Wait a minute, where did we open? Where did 830 go? There we go. Our open is right there, I think. Yep. Nope, that's the EWAP. Hell, the open go. Anyway, I'll put it over. There we are. Okay, there's our open. So this is the gap high. And we'll mark that. Just to be correct. I have to do that every time because Eddie hasn't got this thing coded up right. I guess it's Eddie. And this is gap high 090626. There we go. So those are correct. And we can put Blue Boy on. Wake up, you devil. Get over here. Blue boy is that's good enough, I guess. 5 seconds off. That's blue boy for the RTH session today. What do I expect is going to happen? Again, remember, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit towards the gap close. Will it happen? Who the hell knows? But that's what I kind of expect. It seems to be that's what happens frequently. So let's see what I have done, forgotten, or notten, or something. Or I don't like that this is a couple seconds off here. That's good enough. Now these lines here, these levels are being pushed from IRT, and these represent the IB high, IB low, and the 25, 50, 25 from the high. Those are values from the initial balance setup that I'm working on using the Edgefield data. I can have it push the session prices. I can have it push the old IB zones, whatever. And then we're going to take 70 out. You watch and see. They're going to jump up here and grab this liquidity. Absolutely. Now, remember this level over here? And why did we put it? Well, that's the previous IB high. And guess where we're going? That's the way. I like it, baby. So if you're long, you're happier than a pig in the mud. Where's the previous high? Where did that go? That's 58.1. I've got a couple of things to do today. I've got an appointment. I've got to do some banking at noon, which I tried to get everything hooked up around the typical time that I'm away, taking a break. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, you know? So what have we got going on now? Let's just look. Take a swing through the park. Well, our lag is fairly low. We're not so much for Uncle Boomer's fortune telling techniques. That doesn't look a lot like these guys must not have gotten a memo that we're supposed to be having responsive selling here. This is why you don't predict the market. You anticipate what's going to happen. We did get some responsive selling off the bat in the NQ, and it's come right back on the top of itself. This is the beginning of the this is the end of the, where am I here? Yeah, here we are. This is the current, this is London high and low. And this is the previous RTH high and low. And here's where we're going so far on this open. This is the Edgefield data analysis based RTA initial balance trade. The old-fashioned beauty is over here. And what the hell else is going on here? Let's check. Where are we for this? Well, we dropped from 93% to 86 on the open, but the ATR zoomed up from 175 to 4 points for a 1 minute bar. Yeah. Make sure that the minis are doing what they're supposed to do. Wake up over here, boys. Okay. Widen this out so it doesn't get too scrunched up on me here. Okay, here is Friday, yesterday, today, so far. Same story here. Yeah, okay. What did I say about tagging that 70? Who's the mask man? Obviously that's joking, but it has been quite noticeable recently where we have a liquidity like that, bam, to the tick. Well, this went one tick over it. You know what I mean? But they just drive up and take it and then go about their business some other place. It's been real noticeable. So we're open. We've got Blue Boy on the job. We are ticked up and took out that 70 volume or that liquidity. Somebody's posting something. I probably screwed something up on the TLab snap. I see a bunch of Discord crap going on my phone. I don't monitor all that stuff through the day. So, oops. Excuse me. What have we got going on over here now? Well, nobody is saying anything. Nothing's been pulled into the calendar. But you can bet your butt that there's going to be something. Oh, here we go. Johnson. Well, am I showing you this? No. I was just reading through here. Johnson is talking about having a meeting with Trump later. You can bet your butt that there's going to be some press conference around all of this stuff. And this guy here is real. Look this guy up, this Bill Pulte. He's an heir to Pulte Homes. I think they were out of Colorado, where I knew him from. Has never really done anything except crazy stuff, like some sort of a personal development thing where you get up on stage and he slaps you in the face with a green dildo. I mean, really interesting stuff. Just Google that Bill Pulte and see what you come up with. Crazy. I mean, I don't know where they find these guys. Look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr., for Christ's sake, was a self-injecting heroin addict for 15 years. Had a dead worm removed from his brain, and God knows what else. And this is the guy that's been put in health education and welfare. I mean, good God. I really know. If it weren't serious, it'd be funny. But let's just hope that they, rally and get something accomplished. Get this this thing they started in the Middle East wound up and closed down. Let's, remember that 4 months ago there was no crisis or war in the Middle East or the Strait of Hormuz. You got to please remember that. I think it's important for everybody to remember that. There was no crisis there. Amazing. And let's see what else is going on now. Well, we came back to that 75 now, where that next liquidity was put in. You see this? So what do you suppose is going to happen at 6 and 7? What would you guess? I'm guessing they're going to go up there. I would anticipate they're going to go up there. So, okay. I'd say everything's ticking over. We still have about a 14-second lag on IRT, so I'll be restarting it at the top of the hour. It's a good program, but it struggles. It doesn't multi-core. It was developed before that kind of thing was just normal, you know. We're getting watch them flash this liquidity at 80. Watch them flash 80. There they go again, and now we're going to 8. And guess where we're going now? That's like, yoo-hoo, boys, come up and see me. And bam, there we go. Okay, baby. Ooh, I'm feeling kind of anxious. And now we got another one parked out there at the 92s, or, you know, 1/2. So I guess the irrational exuberance reigns supreme here. We just topped yesterday's high, and up we go, I guess. When I'm checking the news and these things, it's I want to be sure and make it clear that this is not any political, I have no political axe to grind or position to make. But very definitely, as traders today, our primary goal is to preserve our accounts. Think about it. What good does all the monitors, fancy computers, indicators, mentorship in the world do you if you blow up your frickin' account and you can't trade tomorrow? So our main job is to preserve our account and be able, be at work tomorrow. So the fundamental way that you preserve your account is risk management. Therefore, any potential critical risk to our auction, I want to know about it. The last thing I want to have is it be some surprise that drops out of the sky, because that can ruin your whole day. I always harken back to about, 3 months ago now, on a Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning, Trump tweeted on Truth Social that China had done something and he was going to retaliate, and the market dropped 229 handles. And here we go for that 91 liquidity. And then we got another one at the 75s up there. So they're just going to keep squeezing them up. All right. As it turns out, China had not done anything, and consequently Trump didn't do anything. No retaliation. To retaliate to what? They hadn't done anything. But just based on that tweet, the market dumped 229 handles. That was totally unrecognized, out of the blue. But that ruined a lot of people. Traders that don't, I'm a big shot, I don't need stops, whatever, So the minute I see a big pop in the market, the first thing I do is go to the news. first. And that may not be good, but that's my reaction nowadays in this current environment. And I'm not saying that Trump shouldn't tweet stuff again, or that, Mike Johnson shouldn't have a conversation or whatever the hell it is. But what I am saying is I want to know about it, if possible, in advance, if I can, because then I can manage that risk or mitigate that risk. And that should be, in my opinion, that should be your focus if you are a, plan to make this be your business and trade for, your business. If it's a video game and you're just in it for the adrenaline rush, who gives a, crap? Just get out there and click hell out of things. But if you're not, if you're taking this as a business for whatever you need it for, supplement your income or be your income or whatever, then you need to really take this environment we're in and the geopolitical risk potential very seriously. Well, so we hit every one of those liquidity levels, which I pointed out in advance. I'm not magic or a fortune teller. I'm trying to make a point. Watch that stuff. So we are not even at the top of the hour yet, so we have not put in the first 30 minutes. What is our IB so far? Let's see, we're at about 54 to 91, so damn, it's about 35 handles wide already. But this has certainly been all hands on deck for the squeeze here. Look at this. I guess they're still trying to squeeze out some of these guys over here. They think they're going to get these guys and squeeze them, I guess. Would be my guess. Remember, we've got the home sales at the top of the hour now. Be careful of that. That's not a 7:30 number. That's the top of the hour. Top of the hour. Walter Cronkite. Yeah, baby. We've got existing home sales and month over month in May. So there you go. Hook in and hang on. B flat. Or D, depending on how you like your blues. Wow, I can't tell you how much better I feel today than I did yesterday. Whew. This is another day or two of this. I'll be into the swing. So let's see. I'll restart IRT at the top of the hour here. And we'll start looking at the statistics. Figuring out what we may be stocking for the morning. Remember that. Four minutes till that news release. What is that RT yapping about? Seems like Bookmap is also stumbling over the data a little bit. Maybe Rhythmic is having a problem. Now my machines all are, both of my platforms here are running on the same Rhythmic feed from the broker. That's how it works. So there you go. Let's see what Walter Bloomberg's up to while we're waiting for this news release. Well, trade deficit is 55.9 billion. The hell is that? Kathy Wood, boy, there's a dangerous. Israeli military says incident is ongoing. Israeli military says soldiers returned fire and eliminated a terrorist. Interesting that they know somebody's a terrorist. It seems that this, wherever in the world, market desks warn of sharper equity unwinds after Friday's rout. This is all, I can't show this on the stream because I don't have any of this kind of thing on this particular machine, my trade machine. But my upper monitors are powered by a different computer. And up there I have my, this is a Twitter account. And you find it by searching for Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. This is a Swiss guy who has a Bloomberg terminal, which is $31,000 a year. It's about $2,600 a month. And he lives in Switzerland. I think I said that. Any of the all caps posts that he makes are just copies and pastes off his Bloomberg terminal. Pretty cool. That's pretty amazing. This doesn't make any sense. U.S. helicopter crew were rescued by a Navy drone. What? How the hell does a drone rescue somebody? Maybe it's a remote-controlled boat. No Trump Putin call on the horizon. Okay, well, that's Walter Bloomberg for you. There you go. Now you know. And we had the number, and down we go. So that little squeeze didn't amount to much so far. Let's see. This doesn't look very good over here. Come on, man. Okay, I'm gonna shut IRT down and reboot it in case anybody cares. So we have had a full session VPOC migrate up to and join the current. Not that that means anything. Morning, Anton. We just had some news out at the top of the hour for home sales. Not much. It looked like they were trying to get a squeeze going, and we tagged out some liquidity just like clockwork. Boom, bang, boom. I was pointing them out, which is, of course, meaningless, but just to draw attention. And right up to this one, and then they turned them around. I think they were trying to get a squeeze on for yesterday and Friday. I'm rebooting IRT at the moment. See if I can get the lag to lag. Yeah. Get IRT back up and online and making sure everything's okay for those session prices and the folks that subscribe to them or use them. They're not, no subscription is free, but make sure they're happening for Ned and the boys and girls. Well, so we came almost back down to the open. I'd been looking for some responsive selling because the overnight inventory was pretty much at least 90% long. But, you know, with the squeeze possible, you know how these current traders are. Got a bunch of selling, big selling tail over there. Or buying tail, whichever, I don't know. Got a wick to the top, which, whatever that means. That's buying. Looks to me like a selling tail. Buyers ran out of gas and sellers brought it down. I think that's probably the way it goes. I don't know. So let's see now. We've got a little bit of a lag still on the MES. That sucks. Well, let's look at the data. So, looking at the data for the day, we're not going to worry about it. We do have a big gap, but I'm not too worried about the gap fill and all of that. Gap by definition. I'm going to get to the meat and potatoes here. So I'm going to put this on Chicago, baby. This is the cash market, which is what we're trading. So on all days with no customs, there is a 76% probability of a single break, 22 of a double, and 2.36 of no break. We're talking the IB, high or low. And the IB, oh, look at there, did it again. I don't know how to get it to save that damn thing every time. Now we're talking. So, Monday, there are the stats. Tuesday sucks. This is a good day to not try to trade the initial balance, basically. Wednesday, what a difference, huh? Thursday and Friday, the best. Tuesday, be careful. So, yeah. Now let's make sure I haven't screwed something up here. Okay, the cash market, 6 months, MES. Something that it's really, really important to be aware of here is the frequency. And I'm sort of wondering if I am ensuring that I'm inside or I should say outside of statistically significant data. And what I mean by that is I want to be outside of random distribution. So, everybody knows a coin is 50-50. Flip a coin 10 times. Are you surprised that there's more heads or than tails or vice versa? Of course not. Nobody is. That's random distribution. So for probabilities to have some sort of weight or, effectiveness in trading, these look back and the data statistics, the subset of data occurrences needs to be outside the possibility of random distribution. In other words, there needs to be enough instances that the probability actually manifests. And that's one of the things that doesn't happen, like on 6 months here. I was trying to think, I was looking at it from, the market 2 years ago, something that worked in the market 2 years ago probably doesn't work now because of the current environment we're in. But the problem what happens is you have such a few number of occurrences. For example, 1 year of data for Tuesday is only 52 occurrences, right? Because there's only 52 weeks in a year. So that needs to be maybe not considered, but at least be aware of that. So anyway, there's our day of the week. Now let's do the next one, which I like the best, which is called rejection. This one is real meaningful to me. And what this says is, whichever IB level is formed first, then these are the probabilities that the first break will be the high or the low. If the IB high is formed first, these and these. Now, the thing with this report that you have to be careful of is you see how these custom settings down here have changed. This is Monday. This is the ending zone percentages. So it didn't carry over from that first way I had it set up when searching by, filtering by day. So now we're on Tuesday. And now look at it. What a difference. Notice this? If the high is put in first, there's an 18% probability we'll take the high on the first break. That's a big deal. What that means is, I don't think I've got this set up yet either. I don't even have it on, okay? So here is the trading view. These indicators are included with the Bookmap subscription. They are these buy invite only, all of these indicators here. And I'm only looking at a couple or three of them. But here's the New York session. That's the correct time zone. And so let's open these up and let's make sure that we've got the edgeful IB happening, which is right there. I need to go down here and shut these, or at least turn off the data. Now this data dashboard is this thing right up here. Can't tell you, Antonio, I agree with you. I think this is a real slick platform for charting and this kind of thing. So now what do we have? Let's make sure we don't have this one going. Nope. Okay. These are just, if you're curious, this is what I do in the Globex at night. In the Globex stream, this is the Globex opening range, and this is the Asia opening range, which I've been watching in the Google, in the Globex. Jesus, I am tired. In the Globex story. Oh, I'll leave them up, I guess. And do I have the continuing candle? No. Okay. Now, what this thing does, I'll explain that in a minute. I can do it now, I guess. First of all, let me see if we got everything happening here. Okay. I'm not very good with this program. So the opening candle, continuation candle, is an indicator they have, which is really simple. This is the opening print of whatever the opening candle range you want to set. I personally have it set for the same period of time as the initial balance, which is 1 hour in the RTH trading session. So the opening print, the closing print, and this will keep moving until 1 hour. Then that's the closing print of the session, or of the IB. If it's down, if the close is lower than the open, it's red. That means bias is short. If it's up, it's green. It's pretty simple. But this closing price of the initial balance determines the closing zone or ending zone percentage, which has a big impact on the statistics. So what we need to understand is we put in the IB low. No, I'm sorry. We put in the IB high first here. And the IB low is down here. We're taking them down. Oh, and we're still heading down. So at this moment, the statistics that we will be looking at in Edgeful, so far this can change, of course. But at this moment, the IB high is put in first. And then all of that stuff will be shown over here once this is done. So this is the one where the IB high is formed first on a Tuesday with no ending zone yet. Looking back 6 months, which is probably not enough. Let's go back, let's go back 2 years. IB high first, looking back 2 years, MES, 26%, 27% probability will first break the IB high, and a 73% probability will first break the IB low. Pretty substantial. Statistic there, especially if you're prone to want to front run the level. So we'll let the IB continue to form. I'm being paged here. I gotta go see what the boss is up to. So yeah, well, now remember, 1 second delay on the data. That's not good. Rhythmic is choking here for some reason. Yeah, I've got a big lag on IRT also. So remember that this does not satisfy the initial balance. It's only extending the initial balance lower because they continue to move in the first 1 hour. Oopsie. They continue to move in the first 1 hour. So it's just extending the initial balance range. Now I have an indicator. I have a strategy here, which I've coded up. The reason I suppose it's important for me to mention about Edgeful, once I get a strategy coded in IRT, like this one, turn that off so you don't go crazy here. Like IRT, I'm confident in backtesting this and the strategy and the statistics that it produces, the results. But this takes me a long time to do because I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not some whippersnapper that knows how to do this stuff, right? It's a code wizard. So I'm trying to lean on Edgeful to supplement but provide similar quality backtest data and results and save me all this flipping time doing this. I've also, where I was going with this whole story is I've also coded up, but I need to change these now because I just restarted IRT, so I got to get rid of all. These are all different approaches over here. Okay. London high, London low, US high, US low, first hour. There we go. Now, this is essentially the initial balance, Edgeful initial balance. There's a high, there's a low, and these are the percentages, and you see I was just diving off. And these are the high, low, and the IB 25, 15, whatever that are being pushed across the book now, right here. And this will trade. let me point that out too. This is also something important. I take live trades on Bookmap with my account, or in this case, the Lucid accounts, to de-risk, but it's live for money. I can get payouts. It's, you know, all of that. And most of the time, the majority of the trades that I do are on my live AMP account, funded by me. No prop deal, no valuation, no nothing, but I'm on Lucid now. Okay. On IRT for back testing and forward testing, this will trade and plot over here. If one of these triggers and entry rules produces a positive or is true, then this will take a trade. But it happens within the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not confident enough in my code skills to have this be going across and trading my real money. So there's that. I want to be real clear about that. IRT simulated. Bookmap, live, real trading. Both are using the same live rhythmic data. It's just where the trades are going. So let's get back to this. This is the edgeful setup. Now you can see what that looks like there, and you can see what it looks like on IRT. I mean, whatever this is called, trading view. It's a little bit easier to read here because the lines don't get all skewy, right? It just keeps doing the math. Actually easier to read, I think. Now we're at 9:22. So what have we got? We've got 8 minutes left to the bottom of the hour, which will set the initial balance. The way people would front run this is, you remember that we looked at the statistics over here. 73% probability we're going to take the initial balance low. Okay? If we pull up here to the 25 or the 50, there are those who would short in anticipation of taking this statistic out. They'd be leaning on 74% probability that we take the IB low in this configuration. The other way to interpret the statistic, the original way, rather than front running, is to use this one. Now, we know the statistic, so we go the next step. First of all, we don't have the zone in here yet because it hasn't closed. We go the next step to the retracement. What this statistic says is, first of all, I got to change the custom again. No problems, but let's make sure we're accurate, right? Tuesday. Okay. Uh-oh. Minor error has occurred. Side effects, however, it's still recommended to restart Bookmap, especially if we're trading with Bookmap. So this is a giant pain in the ass.
Slow computer.
For a lot of reasons. A, do I not trust Bookmap to trade at this point? And B, it will ruin the entire connection restored. It dropped the IRT connection. Inconsistent MBO data for these stops and icebergs. Well, I can fix that pretty easy. Watch this. I'm going to continue. I'm going to go up here to IRT, and I'm going to shut off stops and icebergs. Well, I have them off already on the chart and on the subchart. So why is it giving me crap about that? Okay. What I was going to say over here was, so if the initial balance high is broken, breakout is to the long side, breakout is to the short side, which is where we have the we have 74% probability that we're going to break the IB low first. That's this report. There's a 53% probability that after we break out, we will retrace to the 25% level. There's a 23% probability we'll retrace to the 50% level. What the hell does that mean? If we break down here, there's a 25% probability we'll retrace to here, and there's a whatever that other one was, 40 something. A 53% probability that we will retrace back to the 25% level. Now, as we're getting ready to close the initial balance, this thing will not shut up about the icebergs and detection. I don't even have the damn thing turned on my chart, so I don't really care. But it won't shut up about it. Not sure. I don't want to restart Bookmap, but... Hi, Panda. Yeah, I know. There's a lot going on, baby. Okay? Yeah, a lot of that going on the other day for me, too, Anton. Where I was going with this is, when we close the IB here, wherever this closing price is, sets the zone, the ending zone. And the way you assign the percentages is as follows. The first level set is the IB high. So you start on the opposite side, and the levels are 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. If we close in here, it's the 25 to 50% range. And that's the closing zone. Yeah, Panda, I know. What do you want? You want something? What? Let's run down. Name one thing, it's 10, huh? Now, do I trust Bookmap to trade? After all these freaking warnings. So you understand, when in another 2 minutes, wherever this is, that will dictate the closing zone, which I will put in right here. Oops, wrong one. That will dictate the closing zone, which is right here. Ending zone, they call it. And that will have a great effect on these statistics. So let's get back to the business at hand now. And I have to do some soul searching about what the hell I'm going to do here. Jesus. Okay, the initial balance is set. Yahoo, yeah, boy. Big holiday, Yahoo, Yahoo. Let's zoom over here. Let's do this. Confirm where we are. Oh, we closed down here. We closed in the 0 to 25 zone. Remember the opposite side from there. So we're going to go back to over here. We're going to go to custom. We're going to go 0 to 25. Move. Boom. We got a little bit. So this has dropped here, and we have now an 88% probability that we're going to take the IB low because the IB high was formed first. So that's how the statistics would line up. Now I have to search my soul about frickin' Bookmap and the data. Ooh, look at all the jumping and jiving going on over here. So the way I get around these quickly, I've discovered, is I just go back to the full session. This is going to tie itself in a knot, of course, and then I go back to the RTH session real quick like a bunny, and bam. Also, I could probably scrub out, I could probably scrub errors, and the way you do that, let me do that for you on this bottom one. You scrub errors on IRT like this. Come on. Scrub data. Heavy. Boom. So, yeah. Remember that responsive selling I was talking about? And here we damn near closed the gap. There's the gap. There's the gap low. We got within 4 ticks of it, 4 points of it. Wow, I'm not sure what to think about this going on here. Why is this? Oh, okay, it's hung up. This is supposed to be somewhere else. Man, oh man. Come on. Damn, I'm just back to 21-second lag again. Okay, let's get over to Bookmap, I guess, and figure out what to do. We have not taken an IB yet. We have the IB low open, and we're up on the 25% range. We've had the VPOC full session migrate down. Would this be reasonable to front run? Targeting the initial balance low. My previous data, which I captured manually, was that front running a statistic didn't have positive results. But that's before I was quite so data driven, and I was doing things like, just, well, here's the IB, so we traded down here we are, we're pretty close to the IB low, we're probably gonna go get it. I wasn't really using the data as I am now. So yeah. Is this the spot for a short with the hedge as a trade management and target the IB low? Well, the first question is, oh, I see one problem, and I want to be real careful I don't get over here again and get a trade I don't mean. So I'm going to start over here, come into it from this way, and try to push him out about 2 points if I can. I can't. Get 5 minutes on it, which is there. So the IB low is way below us still. And why? And this is only... Okay, there's the IB low. Keep that in view. And the IB low is right on the settlement. So there's more than enough range here. A lot. And this would have been a good spot for a short, I suppose. At the 25. Targeting the IB low. God damn, I'm not doing very good. Panda, stop looking at me like that. I'm trying to do something here, okay? She's giving me the Wookiee stare. Wookiee mind control. So that's irritating. I was not ready for this. I should have been short right there. And with the hedge lined up and ready to go. Yeah, baby, I know. Come on. Come on, Dad. Chasing her out there. Yeah, so I blew this one out, my kazoo. Could have been short from here. Yeah. Need to be real careful of this column right here, as I pointed out yesterday. That had a bad result. When it came in from this side, notice the mouse cursor changes to a dollar sign. Slide over here, it's still a dollar sign. If I click here, trying to move this price ladder, it will enter a market long. And that's a bad thing. It's a pretty crazy profile, isn't it? Might be easier to see what we're doing here. Here. No, it's doing it again. Wow. This is not good. Well, there's that 25%. Very nice, very nice. I'm spooked here now. I don't know what to do. I've obviously talked about this level and front running the IB low. We haven't gotten through this low. Do I think it's going to get taken out? Yep. But Bookmap is telling me now, keep squawking about the fact that there's data delays and I should restart, and son of a bitch. Have an appointment at the bank at noon too, by the way, which is going to require me knocking off a bit early so I can jump to the shower and scrape off the whiskers and that kind of thing. All those human things we don't do. Second day of the 4:30 in the morning wake-up call. Tam's new job, they've decided she needs to be there at 6. So, yeah. Yesterday, I felt like I jumped right in the middle of a huge grinder. Today, a lot better. don't know what to think about Bookmap. If I shut this thing off and restart it, I'm going to lose all of my everything. Historical data and everything else. I guess I could save it all and then redo the data. Ugh. Well, now something to point out, or that I would like to point out here, obviously the initial balance high, we all know what that is. If we don't know what that is, it is a statistic based on, hello, the initial balance high or low. And what that is, if you missed the pre-market, is simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Currently, there's the IB low, and the IB high is up here above us. Long way, apparently. A hell of a long way. There's the IB high, and there's the IB low. Through the first 1 hour, they continue to move up and down until 9:30 Central Standard Time, or the first 1 hour. Then it becomes the initial balance statistic, which is a big deal. Lots of boys and girls watch. And they do so because it's the most probable statistic to achieve every trading day. And it's right here. So today there's a 97.1% probability that at some point in the RTH session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price. That's the statistic. Then people interpret it a lot of different ways, and they approach it a lot of different ways. Here is the IB low. Here's the zone that I was talking about, shorting at the 25, targeting the IB low. Plenty of range. I mean, it's 34 to 16 for Christ's sake. That's damn near 18 points. But it's worth pointing out that the last 4 occurrences, the Globex opening range, the Asia opening range, previous day's IB range, and the most recent opening range, Globex and Asia opening ranges, we took the opposite side against the statistic. Now we're going to take, it looks like my trade for that bottom would have been breathtakingly wonderful, and I'd be so proud of myself, because we're going to take the stat right there. So the statistic was achieved. Now, what these stats say is that there's a 53% probability that we will retrace to here. 23% will go up to 50. So some people use that as the pullback trigger. I'm starting to think that I have identified for sure that during the Globex and the Asia Opens, the pullback retrace doesn't happen much, or if at all. Going down to the previous RTH low happens frequently, and there we are. Boy, what a trade did I miss, huh? 30 point, 20 point, 25 handles. I got to stop doing this. I don't know whether to stop talking, thinking, streaming.
The IB low is taken.
I certainly was all gung-ho and ready to go until Bookmap starts giving me crap about restarting. I'm not sure. trying to be prudent. But prudent doesn't pay any bills. Now, in the other world, or TLab, or static, this would be an IB continuation trade. And likely an IB continuation trade in my old setup. This one. Oh, data's fell on its head. So nothing there. See all this? This is all a mess. All a complete mess from the drop data. Wow, son of a bitch. Oops, son of a gun. And this should be this right here should be the breakout. Now there is no trigger because that would be back here. So that's understandable for this strategy, but there's no breakout. I think the data is just too far gone here now. Man, that sucks. I hope one of you guys caught that short and weren't a wuss. I don't know what to say other than bummer. Very definitely called it, considered it, and didn't take it. Well, that's annoying. And this is kind of annoying too. Well, let's try another approach. Let's download all the data. Is your AASTS falling over, Antone, or are you doing all right? The only thing that fell over here really is me. And it's still going. I'd still be, if I were short, I'd still be in it. God. That's 30 handles, isn't it? Christ is more, it's 40. Wow, that's just a fine how do you do. Look at here. Oh, man. That didn't fix the data. Whether it's updated or not, I'm not sure. My. 60 points. Jesus Christ. I really suck at this, I'll tell you. This is becoming really disappointing. Overthinking it, depending on too much complicated stuff, I don't know. This is the second time in a row now I've discussed openly here on the stream, which is the whole point. That's how I get what I'm thinking into the recording, is out, the voiceover. Taken a trade, not done it, and the market has run off at least 40, 50 points. Last week, again today. That's a real not good deal there. Let's see what happens if we scrub this mess. No errors were found. Well, I got news for you, honey. Okay. It's going from bad to worse here, it looks like. Change the view period now. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, this is irritating. This thing is not. I'm not having any fun. 50 days. Okay, that's correct. Well, sometimes this does this, and it is so irritating. Oh shit. I guess I've got the session prices back. It was a D10 IQ feed. Doesn't look like anybody was too... Maybe people aren't really using those session prices for me anymore over there. That's possible, I guess. I kind of use them though. I mean, these are the session prices from my IRT. It's internal, but there they are. And so are the high and low volume nodes and the micro composite stuff. These lines. So I would have to really rethink. It would be quite a process for me to drop IRT and replace it somewhat where I am. And I don't want to put myself on the back foot here. If I can, I'm tired of missing these opportunities for some stupid reason, usually on my side of the headset of the monitors. And no apparent reason in the world why I couldn't have executed right here, because I don't think Bookmap is having any real problem. But then IRT falls over on top of it, and I push the mouse away. Maybe not a good thing, but that's what I did. And I have the hedge all set up and ready to action. No trades for me down here now, because nothing in my setups. Very disappointing. Well, let's see. Looks like the only thing that's working is the freaking music. No. Everything's okay so far. And thanks for coming through, everybody, and contributing in the chat. That's super, super groovy. Super helpful and for me. Man, I'm disappointed. That's those two trades that I've missed the other day and today. I would be through the evaluation into the live account and on the payouts, getting drawn payouts. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. I shouldn't say that it's Bookmap or IRT's fault if, needs to be placed where it's due, and it was the data. Well, they can't do anything if there's a problem with data. Either one of them. And because I rely on them to do stuff, to make decisions, I kind of can't either. I will say, once upon a time, many years ago, I was just trading on Tradeovate before it was purchased by Ninja. I was trading futures on Tradeovate, got funded with Top Step. It was a pleasure, man. You could log on for any web browser you were at and trade your little heart out, and didn't fall over, and of course, it was real rudimentary, but volume profile, Renko bars. Hey, what have I got now? Volume profile, Renko bars. I don't have a, whatever I paid for this damn thing for Bookmap. Okay, so the schedule is going to be today. We have to break off out of here for an appointment with the bank at 12. And then I've got to go pick Tam up from her Tam's first job. Boy, she jumped right in the deep end of the pool, having to be at work at 6 in the morning, because that's how they scheduled her. And it's a crazy idea, but anyway. And then she's off at 2, so. I'm usually back to cover the wind up of the power, of the power hour. If I need to get my trading done in the RTH 1, that's pretty much where it's at. And or if I see any positive development in this opening range trades for the Globex or Asia. Otherwise, that's a real drag. And so here are the here are the recent ones. Here's last night. This is the opening range breakout. Remember what I said? Opening range high was put in first. The suspected, most probable first break is typically the second level, so it would be the IB low. Except where did we put in the final? What was the final zone? Well, it was up here. So this is the 75 to 100%. That flips everything on its head, and then it took the IB high. This is Asia. The IB high was first. Boom, 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 boom. No break. IB high, contrary to the data, to the probability, most probable. Yesterday, no, day before yesterday, Friday, I guess this would have been. IB high first, IB breakout, high, against the data. IB low breakout, against the data. IB low, IB high breakout. This is the last one. This is the 7th. Where we broke in the direction that the data typically suggests we're going to do. So I don't know what any of that means, but today we did it. Today's correct. We took the IB high. The IB high was first formed, and we took the IB low. So this is as expected with the data, or the most probable. Something's going on here that looks like it's news related. And a sad part of this, of course, is that these are really good trading days, and I'm missing them. My resolve is weakening here, you know. Like, I'm looking at this thinking I should just short these tests right here, and now it's 30 points and 40, whatever, yeah. And I'm, you know, up here for the it takes there's the 25%, and I don't trade in anticipation of it. And now last week I actually put the order in, and it just didn't come back by a couple of ticks and take me into the market. But and I have this overdeveloped sense of awareness that I don't want to overtrade or chase or move my stop and that kind of thing, because I think those are the recipes for disaster. But would have been fantastic had I just recalibrated, instead of missing it here, recalibrate to this retest and enter there. You know, that I don't think that's chasing, but hindsight. As we go, you know, headed for the 72s. They've already broken this low. We've broken, let's see, have we? Low is 53.75. 53. Wait a minute. 53.56. So we've got 3 handles. We got 3 handles to go, and we've broken the low in the whole micro composite. I think I'm talking to myself, which is fine, but I'm, yeah, let me see here. Let me look around. Wow. Jesus, look at us go. Look at him go. Now's when a real vigilant lookout for Monkey Boy or FOMO to be on the cards. We are all the way back to here. This right here is this level right there. So we've taken out this, or soon we'll have a couple of ticks. Then there's another one, gap down, maybe not. Wow. Listening to Tom Hogarth the other night at Trading Live in EU. Now he'd be on a short like this, but adding the whole way down, and that's what he claims is his the edge that he really has about how he makes so much money is he's adding. One of the trades in this previous one I was listening to when I was coming back from dropping Tam off from the EU of today. He had added 3 times, so he was 400% lot size. Wow. That's a lot, and if you're trading the right size, but he is trading CFDs, so I don't know how that pricing works, but still, that's compounding your account. That's the whole idea. So disappointing. Work so many long hours, you know, and then an opportunity comes and some silliness happens, and I guess I react the wrong way by being cautious, but still, you know, it's pretty frustrating. I'm likely too conscious or paranoid about Monkey Boy, I think, probably. And Monkey Boy is my euphemism for the psychological stuff we have. Tom calls it hide. And other people have other nicknames for it, but you know, it's our monkey mind, our wiring that we brought with us through evolution for risk aversion and desire to be right, FOMO, all those kind of things. Probably. Having not been aware of any of that stuff when I first started trading and blowing up a big account because of it, I'm hypersensitive about it. More so, and to my detriment, like last week, having price not come back to take my orders, but doing something like, for example, I had an order here, right, and price comes back up and doesn't quite take it, but I don't react here because I'm super sensitive about chasing or FOMO. Well, and the reaction and the result was similar last week. Same way with here today when I was looking at trading up here. Look at this at the 25. I was talking about clicking the button right there. Not good. And everybody else is making money hand over fist. Well, welcome to the stream. If you're new here, it's risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading account, virtual trading journal. Jesus. The idea here is that everything I'm watching on my screens are captured in the video, and my voice over provides insight as to what I was thinking. And I am just so disappointed in my lack of reaction here, of conviction to trade. I don't know what's wrong with me, why I don't know. I guess that's the bottom line. I don't know. I suppose if I knew, it wouldn't be an issue. But it needs to be sorted out, and it needs to be sorted out fast. So today I need to step away. Gotta go outside for an appointment. And then pick up Tam at 2. Leave about 1:30, pick her up at 2. So depending on how the appointment lasts, I'll either be back in the meantime there between 12 and 2 or 12 and 1:30. Or in any case, I'll be back around 2:30 and wrap up the stream for the day. And then the Globex stream will come online at 1700. Not sure how long that's going to continue, but, you know. See. Simply because it just takes up so much time. I'm standing here on the desk about, 12 to 16 hours. Well, all work and no play makes Boomer a boring boy. And I think one of the problems I'm having, well, I don't know if it's a problem, but one of the results of that stream are that I don't get any practice in. I can't practice the hedging, with taking off which leg and blah, blah, blah. Maybe what I need to do is just start throwing some trades on, in that period of time and just working with them and see what happens. Something's wrong with this stream. When I look at the stream on my upper machine there, on one of my upper 2 monitors, it says one watching started streaming 2 hours ago. Well, I started streaming 3 hours ago. The video is right. As far as, the alignment with the chart and all that stuff. Weird. Let me slap something over here. Oh, that's boom. No, not even any lag, so it must just be the stats are not updating right or something. No big deal, just curious. All ready to head out the bottom here. Look at this. We're coming up on those singles. Got a whole spring with the 66s up there. It's all these little beauties right along here. I have no data or trade or setup for this kind of an environment. The ones that I did have come and gone, and I didn't act properly or didn't act accordingly. Anything that I would suggest now would be just pure BS. Just pure BS. I'm disappointed because my edge full, I didn't take the front run setup which I had identified based on the statistics, and it turned out to be a beautiful trade. But in reality, my predefined, statistically verified setups, none of them have triggered. So if I want to kid myself that I'm doing good, I guess I did. At least I don't FOMO, and I don't chase, and I don't move my stops, and I don't, overtrade, whatever. I just need to find a happy medium there. Because this is not a medium, and this is not happy. And now I've got to think about, it's only 10:46. Okay, no worries. Do some squats here and some pull-ups and get the blood pumping. Nothing. Now, there's a lot of reports here, and I need to start. My fixation has been on the initial balance stuff in the opening range, because that's what I have worked on for a long time over here on IRT. But maybe I need to, I'll tell you one other thing that I'm definitely going to be zeroing in on here is the VPOC migration. Now, we haven't had one of them yet today either, but that's something that happens independent of price levels. In a sense, you know, I mean, I'm not talking timed price levels. In other words, this can migrate whenever. The rest of these are fairly well fixed. Oh, speaking of VPOC migration, looky there. How far down did that bad boy jump? Let's see. 74.64 to 73.34. If I'm not mistaken, that's about 90 handles. Can that be right? That's one hell of a VPOC migration. Antonio, if you're around, I bet Tom is all over the place over there. He's all at Twitter. Man. It hasn't happened on IRT yet, but it happened on Bookmap. Well, the VPOC migration's working. Look at here. Now you see, here's a problem that I have with Bookmap. It's not a problem with Bookmap, it's with me. I don't judge scale properly, and that's why I'm always adjusting the price ladder. This VPOC migration right here. There's 44. This is 13. That's 30 handles right there in profit. That's a 30 handle profit if you just took the short right here. Because I have the scale discombobulated and I want to be really sure and keep away from that zone. See what happened? These are 5 points between each one of these zones. Here is my normal. I can't do it. Typically, I keep at 1 point. I can't even get it that close. I can't get it that far away. So when I was laughing about taking this VPOC migration short, that would have been a fantastic trade. It would have been 30 handles. So I'm just completely out of touch here. I'm sure somebody's on these. Probably Anton, I guess. And these are there's a consolidation. So here's your consolidation. There's a breakout, and not a very good breakout retest, but you get the point. Having Mama get me whip me up a Vietnamese coffee, and maybe I can get some juice going here. So, breakout retest. Oh, look here, huh? Consolidation, breakout, retest. What do you do? You don't sing. And it's 11 o'clock, so that's magic. I'll be standing by because I have to leave about the bottom of the hour here, and I cannot, or quarter past, to get changed clothes, shower, shave, and all that, and get over to the bank. And I am not going to be in a trade and not be able to manage the trade. So Anton or Anthony or somebody can pick up the slack here. Obviously, I am a slacker these last few days. One of the other aspects of Monkey Boy while I'm Still got them up there on this chapter markers. It one of the more developed deceitful qualities we have as humans is the ability to spot patterns that don't exist, and that feeds into the confirmational bias that we need, as you know, that came down to us from evolution. Really doesn't serve us well in this business, especially the pattern, not recognition, because they're not necessarily there, but you know. One of the ones that I used to laugh about was these, let me show you here. I can also push these zones to Bookmap, and it used to be phenomenal the number of times these zones would be exactly support or resistance lines. And so easy to say, well, here you go, here's a resistance line, here's one, a couple of them. So easy for humans to go, oh, look at that, there's resistance, there's a resistance line. Got absolutely nothing to do with anything. These are just lines I made up and put there, you know, as a place to start. Okay, let's have Rod and I were talking that, well, let's have a couple zones, you know. All right, so let's make this 3 to 5 points, and this one is 3 to 5 points, and the trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. Boom, there you go. Just made it up out of no place as a place to start. But it's phenomenal the number of times that they would look just exactly like a trend line or a Fibonacci line or something like that. It's really it was surprising to me. I started to catch myself noticing it, thinking, boy, that is amazing, you know. Like, look at there, 1, 2, 3. Now this is a price level. This is previous RTH low. So this is not just hocus pocus. But here's the IB low, which is a meaningful thing. But I'm talking about levels like those that I made up. Was amazing. So you have to be really careful about seeing patterns that maybe don't exist and having that feed into your confirmational bias. I'm sure that this is going short, so I'll look at all the times this line is resistance, that kind of thing. And I think some of my major trading problems are not wanting to be affected by that stuff, like over trading, and why I didn't take this second test over here when my initial entry was missed, because I've got this overdeveloped sensitivity about not chasing or over trading. So that's hurting me a lot, is what I believe to be the case. Okay, I'm gonna have to dust off out of here in about another 10 or 15 minutes. Jump through the shower, then Mama's got to get through there, and then we got to be at the bank at the top of the hour. So let me get her going. Yep, and down we go. Well, they are definitely showing these longs who's boss, huh? Let's see what the music's up to. Can't be shirking my duties as a DJ here. Got a few songs, got a dozen or so left. Okay. Look at them go. Wow. Mm-hmm. Oh, so there's a little positive news. Citing a White House official, whoever that might be, talks on an agreement to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon or achieving positive results. Well, okay. All these people want to do is be reelected and scrape out as much money as they can. They don't care what happens to anybody. That's my opinion. Marjorie Taylor, I saw some numbers on Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has resigned, but I suppose everybody knows who she is. When she went into Congress, she was worth like $400,000 or $500,000, which is quite a bit, I think. I don't know what she did for a living before. My guess would be a lawyer or something, because that's usually who gets selected. But anyway, after being elected to her second term, but only serving a couple months, because that's when she waited until the period where she would receive a pension, a retirement pension for life, I think, which is a lot, and it's a lot of money from the government or the House of Representatives. When she resigned and left, her net worth had increased to like something just shy of $10 million. Now, the only thing she did while she was in Congress was be a congressperson. So trading and scamming and whatever else she was able to do, she was able to increase her net worth from less than $1 million to just under $10 million in a couple, 3 years. The first thing that should be shut down immediately is none of the. Apparently, Trump has made billions with trades. Putting big trades on day or two before he makes an announcement about something. I didn't think any of that was legal, but apparently nobody seems to think it's a problem. I mean, that's the official record. Okay, well, it's 1:15. I'm going to go outside now and get ready to go to this meeting. If you're around, thanks for coming by. If you're trading, good luck. I'll try to keep the fires burning here and hopefully get my head out of this funk before it's too late. Or I just shut this whole mess down and look for something else. They continue to sell them. Oil inventories are going to be below levels of 2003. Really doing a bang up job here. Okie dokie. I am going to We're heading off to the meeting now. And should be back. I can't imagine it would last so long that I would have to go directly from there to pick up Tam, but I guess that is a possibility. I'm sure that I'll be back in the meantime, however. So trade them safe. I'm sure you're making lots of money. I've got to figure out what I'm going to do here. Definitively. So have a great one. Wow, this isn't working out like I had it planned. Now I've got about 10 minutes and I go get Tam. Jesus Christ. Well, that's pretty much a waste. Well, what in the hell is going on here? Actually, we've traveled about 6 points. Oh, I'm sorry. 100 points. Wow. Look at the size of this 5-point spread here on the price. Quite a big selling tail down here. Wow. Look at that. They really ran it down there while we were at the bank. Oh. So, great day to, but sorry I missed it. You have to get some things done though. What's going on in this world? Anything? No. Some craziness going on today, huh? Goodness me. 5 points high on the ladder. I'm gonna shut this off. I wish I'd remembered to do that before I left, so the cat doesn't come in here and decide to make some trades while I'm gone. Yeah, this has been a pretty disjointed day. I'm sorry about that, but at least you've been able to have your data up and the session prices pushing. And I got something accomplished at the bank, and yeah, as soon as I go get Tam, we're going to be all buttoned down and back to normal. Let's see what the discotheque is up to here. What did Trump have to say? A whole bunch of Trump stuff there. Careful now, we've got Trump's all over the airwaves here. Well, I guess I'll just keep going while I'm going. I'll head out and get to him now, and then hopefully she can get done and we'll be back. I'll be able to close this out, get ready for the Globex stream. Well, that's been one hell of a day. I don't know what's been crazier, my day or the market, huh? Probably the market, I guess. I guess. Well, what can I do? Nothing, I guess. Fortunately, nobody's. Yeah, so had some pretty disruptive stuff today. Getting into this new schedule is kind of strange. See how that plays out. And tomorrow it's a late start, but it's almost worse. Tomorrow, instead of 4:30 in the morning, tomorrow I've got to be out of here at 9:30, which is right when the IB sets. So, yeah. Okay, where are we now then? Anyway, let's see. What time is it? Oh, it's 30 minutes till the stream close. My goodness. Well, okay. Let's look at the market recap. What in the heck happened there, huh? Without my permission, too. So here's Blue Boy. This is the opening print. There's our opening price. There we go. So 74.60. Now, the scale here is so deceptive because it's such a wide range that these, if you just look at the session prices or the price ladder, it doesn't look like there's much movement. But open to high, 30 points. And high to low, how low can you go? What have we got? 74.90. 72.50. 74, 73, 72. 150 points. And if you look over here, you can sort of see what happened. Is that true? Jesus, that's a lot of range for the, yeah, sure as hell, 74.90 to 72, actually more than that. That's previous. What is this? 74.50, yep, absolutely. 72.50, 73.50, 74.50, and 40. So that's 240 points. Jesus, criminy. That is, well, that'd make your month right there. If you could get on one of those and just write it, that would make your month. I hope, and I'm sure, a lot of people did. And now, I'm not a rearview mirror guy, but boy, oh boy, those who are, they knew exactly that this was the high, and we didn't get any further, so they shorted and they took it all the way down. I'm sure somebody said that. Not me, but I'm sure somebody did. Thanks. Wow. That's quite a day. And here we have IRT still struggling. Had a big problem with the book map falling over. That was not pleasant. So there's the IB high, low of the day. 47.5, 72.47.5, 74.91. That's quite a range for the MES. And the NASDAQ, I'm sure, was equally spectacular. There we have today. And over here. So I'd say the sell-off, I would think, is going to continue. We needed a correction, and it's about time we get one. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just sorry that I wasn't involved in it. Let's look at what we have to review for news and reports tomorrow. And here is tomorrow. Now we've got CPI tomorrow, so that's a big one, and that's at 7:30. These are major reports. These are one of the three which the CME recommends raising the intraday margins: CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC rate release are the four reports. This is investing.com. It's my old favorite news source. I like it because of the configuration for copying and pasting in Discord or for whatever. You'll notice that the event title turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the core CPI is, you can click on that and go find out all about it. These can be filtered for wherever you are. And they only report the traditional economic calendar. They don't report extraterraneous, press releases or something like that. So I appreciate that. They do have an earnings function, but we're not worried about earnings season at the moment. And the other news source I use is Financial Juice. Now, I like this one for just about the opposite reason that I use investing.com. They do pull or try to pull random non-revenue related numbers or events into their calendar to give some heads up if they know that it's got a high risk potential, like Trump is going to talk about something or something, AgSeth or something about the war, whatever. And I appreciate that because as traders today, our primary goal is to manage and preserve our account. And the only way to do that, or the primary way to do that, is risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, it's pretty hard to manage it. So that's why I appreciate Financial Juice. And this is also the side over here on the right is a squawk box. And this is where we're going to have the market on close imbalance at 1450. So I think everybody's pretty much dusted off already here. So there's nothing to, if you're new to the stream and you're lurking, drop something in the chat, say hi. Let me know that there's somebody there so I can, why aren't I seeing any music coming up here? What happened there? What happened here? I guess you need to click play before you get too carried away, huh? football. Okay. So we'll stand by and wait the 10 minutes for the market on close and balance. This was a pretty crazy day, and until I get used to this new schedule, it's going to be a little erratic with my time will always be fixed. 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Continue the stream for the full cash market and close at 1500. I'll be in and out until this schedule gets ironed out. I have a commitment to take no trade off the stream. So any trades I take are on the stream and they're live and recorded right here in Bookmap. I've also started a Globex stream to investigate if there's any interesting opportunities in the opening range breakout for the Globex and also for the Asia market. So that starts at 1700 until about 2030. And then the next morning again at 0800. But all times on the stream are Central Standard Time. I stream, if you notice, the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can see any programs at the bottom that are open or available to me. You can also see the system clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. Tie that back to Bookmap, so you know that any recording of the stream that you find online on YouTube, these are live, not recorded. There's never any replay. They're live trades. Okay, having said that, on IRT side is where I backtest and vet setups. This is an initial balance variant for backtesting, and it does push. If it takes a trade, it will graph that or plot that here on this chart, and the trade will be taken. This is real time today, current data, but it will be executed in the IRT simulated environment because I don't want these testing systems, trading systems, to be pushing out, trading real money. So anything over here on IRT is in this IRT simulated environment, and this is for the purposes of testing, backtesting, and or forward testing to identify and verify a statistical significance and a expectancy. But any trades that I actually take, here on Bookmap, are live, real time, and in the market. So let's stand by for the market on close and balance. And thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it. Sorry about the Nope, did not. Hey, Anton. Me too. It's been a crazy day. Had to take up at 4:30, Tam to her new work, then deal with a bank midday today, and then pick Tam up at 2 o'clock. So till this new schedule gets ironed out, I'm upside down. And no, I absolutely blew. What a beautiful, what an IB failure here, huh? Or continuation here, I guess. But it didn't actually signal on any of my trades. But where I missed out today and am what I was calling at the time was right here. And this is the anticipation trade for the IB, where we pulled back to the 20. And there was about 100% probability that we were going to take the first break would be the initial balance low. And it pulled back right up here, and I was, on the stream going, well, this is where I should, if I were going to take an anticipation trade or a front run trade, this is the place to enter. And of course, the rest is history, Just irritating. Really irritating. I'm going to just, now tomorrow I've got to take her in. She's got to be there at 10. So that's shoots me right in the head for the initial balance because I have to leave about 30 minutes ahead. So that 9:30 Central Standard is right when the IB sets. Not very lucky. Hope everything's good on your side. I'm sure you were trading and making money hand over fist, so good for you. Absolutely good for you. And here we are. Now this, I don't know how much longer I'm going to continue this Globex stream, but it puts a lot of pressure on the night and the evening. And after, you know, it ends up me being about 12, 14 hours at the desk here, so that's getting kind of tiring too. But the idea is to find some opportunity, see if there's any opportunities in the opening range breakout for the Globex and then for the Asia session, to try to get away from this geopolitical stuff. And it kind of is a more, I should say a less busy time of night for life as far as I'm concerned right now. I haven't found anything. I've started a week ago last Sunday, so this will be the second week. If you know what I mean, you know what I'm getting. One hell of a day though, huh? Wow. Hard to believe what the range was, because I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the ladder and I'm thinking, oh, you know, just a nice kind of a sell-off, and it's 250 points or something. It's like, when I figured that out, I'm going, wait a minute, what is this? You know, there's 74.90, and we're down here at 72.50. And I'm pretty sure that's about 240 points, but maybe not. Maybe it's 140, but it's a hell of a lot of them. That's for sure. Yeah, it's just the time. I mean, I feel, you know, getting up at 4:30 in the morning is, as you might imagine, is a pretty giant pain in the butt, but I need to have her out there by 6 and make her breakfast and all this thing. So at least that frees up the entire morning until about 1:30 my time, because pickup is at 2. But now tomorrow it changes, and it's at 10 o'clock she goes in. So that's 9:30 I'm out of here. And then at 2 I'll pick her up again. So, you know, yeah. That's why I started looking at this Globex thing. Maybe start trading the DAX, huh? Or the FTSE. Yeah. Yeah, well, thanks very much. I appreciate it. The input and the conversation is great. I look forward to it, and I appreciate it very much. Antonio and Richard, or whoever shows up, you're always good for some informative conversation, that's for sure. Now you got me thinking about that Apple unit that I left behind at the other office, and I'm mad at myself. Where is the camp? I suppose just one of the other burbs around there somewhere. Not that it matters, but today I had the bank thing was unusual today, so that threw a wrench in the middle of everything. So there's the market on close imbalance, and that's not much of a reaction. Very little bump here. What did we get for the market on close? Where am I? I don't even know. There we go. Ooh, hush my mouth. Look at that. 3,590,000,000 buy side S&P imbalance. Holy crap. I think that's the biggest I've ever seen. 1,610,000,000. NASDAQ, 1,700,000,000 Dow, and 923,000,000 Mag 7, all buy side. Holy crap. Jesus, you know, the money, the value of these markets is just staggering. You know, this is 3,590,000,000 S&P 500 contracts imbalance. That's not the total number of contracts on close for, you know, to be traded. That's the imbalance to the positive side. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's a micro center here that's not too far away, actually, in Houston. There may be more than one, but yeah. The thing that always gets me about those micros or those mini things is that, you know, that teeny little box looks about the size of this Thunderbolt hub I've got over here for that one machine that runs the upper two monitors. And then you look at a GPU with dual fans and all this crap. How the hell how does it all get in there and work? You know? And then the question comes to my mind, well, if a 4880, for example, you know, an RTX 4880 fits in that little mini thing, then you don't need all those fans and all that space and all that size for the regular 4880 that goes in a PCM ICIA slot, or whatever they're called, PIE or PCI or whatever it is, slot on the motherboard. Or is something missing on the one they put in the micro? I never can figure that out. You know, when you think about it. You think about it, the size of all the peripherals that you put in a mainframe or in a regular computer, a desktop or whatever. And then you look at these little guys and you wonder, well, how does all that stuff fit? And if they can do it all at that small form factor, why the hell they do that for a desktop? So you're saying that you can get them in, okay, cool. So you're saying that if you can get them, that you could get that microcomputer at a micro center, but you can via Apple? Is that the idea? Because there's Apple stores in every freaking mall here, right? Big ones. But, yeah. I'll look into it. I don't know. I'm not buying any new computers right now. I got to get profitable first, or I'm going to be, you know, mowing lawns here pretty quick. Now it's he said, she said, we said on the news. Look at this silly shit over here. Bar News citing informed sources deny Sky News claim about... He said this. No, you didn't. Sounds like little kids, for Christ's sake. Well, wow, that is one heck of an. I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm still in shock about this. I guess. Wait a minute. Now, what that would be, if these are all buy orders, that means short covering? Is that what that means? I still have never really figured that out. I would say this stuff was short covering down here. I mean, look at that big sell-off, and then we had a buying tail down here. Because they couldn't, sellers weren't getting anywhere anymore. Well, maybe I show you the right window would work. There you go. Okay. I'm sure there's micro centers, you know, Lauderdale or Miami. I'd fall over dead if there wasn't one. I've never been to one down there, but I'd be pretty surprised. If there's, you know, if Denver's got one and there's one or two here in Houston, you can bet I would bet for sure there's one in the Miami Lauderdale. Maybe around Oakland Park, Galleria there somewhere. Okay. I'll be damned. Okay, yeah. But you're holding out for the 48 gigabytes of RAM, right? And what GPU do they have in them? Or does that M4 Pro CPU, does it have a sufficient GPU capability? Like, you know, the Intels used to have a GPU, they do have a GPU built right into them also. Doesn't work as good, I don't think, but yeah, well, I think it's all smoke and mirrors. I think those guys are also full of crap. It's just like this. We're going to put data centers in space. That is, without a doubt, the stupidest idea that that anybody says. And the only reason that they do it is they flap this out there knowing that most people don't understand enough physics to know how stupid that is, or, you know, geothermal stuff. The only form of cooling that can happen in space, because there's no wind and it's essentially a vacuum, is radiation. You would have to have something on the order of 2 square kilometers of radiator to cool that. Imagine building a 2 square kilometer surface in space. The same way with the power generators for the solar panels to power the damn things. It's the stupidest idea I ever heard of, and I just can't believe that these guys like Musk are flapping it. Oh, we're going to have one up there in 2 years, and all the, you know, people are just licking his butt. It's the craziest thing I ever heard of. I mean, just look into the thermodynamics and the physics of it, and the weight. Never mind the cost. The largest cooling radiators for an environment of any close to that are on the International Space Station, and it was the most expensive thing we ever built and put up there. And they are like 150. They're not even a square yard. I mean, they're not even 100 yards square. Never mind kilometers or whatever it would take for the cooling on all those GPUs. It's not. There's no wind. There's no conductive, or there's only reactive, radiant cooling. There's no. The other two, I forgot, conductive and the other one, don't exist, you know. So, crazy. And I think a lot of this bullshit is, I think a lot of this is just smoke and mirrors. But nobody cares what I think, and that's perfectly all right. I can check around over here for you if there's one. I get it, pick it up, and send it over to you or whatever. I can check. I'll check and see. Probably better for you to buy it from someone locally there, and then you'd have a paper trail and, you know, warranty and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't know that that matters, but I'll certainly look into it for you. Right. Do you know, is anybody like in TLab or somewhere like that using one of them to trade? I guess that would be a good thing to do, probably, to talk to somebody that's using one to do what we do every day, and ideally with the same software. That would be, or maybe some of your colleagues there or your acquaintances at ATAS. Since they do support Apple, maybe there's a Discord or something to do with that place that they're talking about them. That might be a pretty good idea. Well, there we are. There's the cash market in the bag. That was about a nothing burger for me. I think I'll go to bed and cry. It's not that I'm losing a penny, obviously, but it's that I'm not making a penny, and I cannot continue doing that. Standing here, you know, I'm not a radio show host. That's not the point. You're a disc jockey. That's not the point. I'm not good looking enough to be a stripper, so, you know, there you go. You know who else sells a lot of Apple stuff? Have you looked at Best Buy? But also, we got Ying's, that's my wife. We got her laptops there, both the PC and the Apple Air or something or another. I don't know. Got them both. I think we might have gotten the. Shut my mouth. I think we might have gotten the Apple at the Apple Store, and probably the PC at the Best Buy. Never mind. There I go thinking again. I gotta watch that. Yeah, no question about it. I'll be happy to. Well, I'm going to wind this down. I'm going to take care of whatever I might have to do around here that I've probably forgotten to do. Really nice talking to you. Glad you had a great holiday, which we talked about yesterday, I think. And I'll be coming up online here. Well, obviously the systems will keep running until 1600, so the session prices and all that continues to push out or publish. And then I'll be back up with the Globex stream at 1700. So I am going to dump off, and I will, I'll Google or whatever you do here on my other machine in a second. I got to fill out something for the bank, and then I'll look into that Apple. Okay, cool. Well, you know what I mean? There's a buttload of people in the TLab now. Or, well, always was, I guess, but there's a lot. Just throw something over there and say, hey, anybody trading on a blah, 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 whatever, you know, the Apple Mini Pro. I'll bet money somebody is. I'll bet money. Actually, you know what? I think Rod trades on an Apple, and he was saying something about when he moved into his house wanting to set up a Mini Pro, and I think he may have already done that. There'd be a really good reference one way or another, because he's nice and sharp and does what we do, right, and with the same essential tools. So that would be a real good some good feedback for you. I'll find out if that's the case. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring up the Micro Center here. So Mini Pro 4 with 48 gigs of RAM. Hold on. Well, that didn't get anywhere. Let me look here. Mac Mini, okay. Nope. They've got a it's a MCX44LL. It's a Mac Mini, late 2024 desktop. M4 Pro, 12 core CPU, 24 gigabytes of RAM, 512 gigabyte storage or solid state, and a 16 core GPU. Doesn't show any memory for the GPU. That's kind of weird. That's the only Mac Mini that they show on their website here for the Micro Center in Houston. There's one in Denver near my son, because that's the first one I ever went to. I can check up there too. Okay. Yeah, I'll throw something over in static when we're done here. I've got to fill out a form before 4 o'clock, 1600. So I've got to dust off here and do that. And then I got to get ready for the shutdown, reboot everything, set up a new stream for 1700. I'm not sure if this is going to work out, but it's wearing me thin, I'll tell you that. So have a great night, and I got to get about what I'm doing, and I'll get back to you. I'll do some more after I'm through with this, and then if I come up with anything, I'll DM you, or we'll talk tomorrow. Either way.